Yeas are 48, the nays are 52. The motion is not agreed to.
President, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order, that the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions, and with 12 minutes of debate equally divided on the Kennedy Amendment, number 2772, between Senators Kennedy, Welch, and Scott of South Carolina. Duckworth, motion to commit. Schiff, motion to commit. Kennedy, number 2772. Also Brooks, motion to commit. Kelly, motion to commit. Murphy, motion to commit. King, motion to commit. Padilla, motion to commit. Bennett, motion to commit. And Collins, number 2812.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
The senator from Illinois.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on
I ask that the
Agriculture.
further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, when House Republicans confronted concerns that H.R. 1 would threaten SNAP benefits of veterans, the Republican chairman of the House Agriculture Committee finally claimed our veterans are exempt from the SNAP work requirement, which is the law, and we are not changing it. Well, he spoke too soon, because without a hearing, without notice and certainty, without good cause, Senate Republicans literally stripped away the very protection that House Republicans cited when arguing that veterans would not be harmed by this ugly bill. Senate Republicans are abandoning veterans, the homeless, former foster youth, and also parents with children above the age of 13, because we all know teenagers don't have big appetites. To be beaten down with complex paperwork and confusing bureaucracy that has nothing to do with helping struggling Americans find work, and rather is simply a cynical scheme to discourage those who serve our nation in uniform from receiving the safety net support they're eligible for under the law.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from Illinois. The agriculture title of the bill empowers individuals to pursue work, education, training, and volunteer opportunities, equipping SNAP recipients to eventually transition off the program through real growth in their income. It's reasonable to expect SNAP recipients who can work to do so, including parents of school-age children who can work while their children are at school. Any individual who is physically or mentally unfit for employment continues to be exempt from the work requirement. This motion would jeopardize the ability for the Senate to meet its reconciliation instructions and deliver the President's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. I got you. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Thank you. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Thank you.
Yeah, right there in the, what do you call it?
Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Thank you. Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Serrano, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz. Thank you. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Thank you. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida. Thank you. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Welch, and Wyden. Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Cassidy. Senators voting in the negative. I will, just a second. Yep. Ms. Warren, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillerson, Young. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Barrasso? No. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Banks, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Hoven? No. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker? Aye. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mr. Warner? Aye. Mr. Tuberville? No. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Cruz? No. Mrs. Capito? No. Mr. Lee? No. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Markey? Aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Curtis? No. Mr. Van Hollen? Aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 51. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from California.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from California, Mr. Schiff, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition,
Ask
and
that
Forestry.
further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, my motion is simple. It will prevent families with kids under 12 from losing food assistance under the bill. It's bad enough we're borrowing money, trillions of dollars from our kids and grandkids to pay for tax cuts for rich people, but it is worse still that we leave families hungry today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I rise in opposition to the motion raised by my colleague from California. The agricultural title of this bill takes a practical approach to improve SNAP by reducing waste, enhancing accountability, and encouraging recipients to move toward self-reliance through work and training. SNAP spending has nearly doubled since 2018, putting this vital program on an unsustainable path wrought with mismanagement and waste. SNAP is long overdue for change. This program has devolved into viewing success as enrolling more individuals to be dependent on government assistance. This motion would jeopardize the ability for the Senate to meet its reconciliation instructions and deliver the President's agenda to the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no.
Spending my time, feeding hungry kids is not waste. And if we have to send this bill back to committee to fix it and bring it back so kids can get fed, we should do it. This bill is going to take lunches out of school cafeterias. It's going to mean hungry families. You can't pick a number like $200 billion out of thin air and say you can take that money for tax cuts and not leave a lot of American kids hungry. I urge an aye vote.
The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Curtis, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Miss Ernst, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Johnson, No. Mr. Lee, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no.
So the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to. The senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, we just spent 13 hours doing motions.
Does the senator want to call up his amendment?
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2772 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Louisiana, Mr. Kennedy, proposes an amendment number 2772 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, we just spent 13 hours on motions to commit. I'm not blaming my Democratic colleagues because we had to agree to it. But anybody with a brain above a single-cell organism knows that a motion to commit has no chance of passing. So basically, we've been standing around for 13 hours. We might as well just been standing around sucking on our teeth. Now, I'd like to ask for order in this chamber. At least we can have that.
There'll be order, please.
Mr. President, in this bill, $1 billion is set aside to be spent by September 30th, 2027 to carry out the Defense Production Act. That's it. That's all there is. Now, I'm not a big fan of government-directed industrialization. Government-directed industrialization is when government, with its superior instincts and infallible judgment, decides to pick winners and losers in the private sector. This business gets some money, but you, Ms. Businesswoman, you can't have the money. I'm against that for two reasons. Number one, it's immoral. It's unfair to people who don't get the money, the gift from government. And number two, when government does it, when it picks winners and losers, government consistently picks losers. Now, I was against it in the prior administration. And just recently in my committee, subcommittee, we had a hearing where the prior administration handed out $90 billion in the last 76 days of its administration in gifts and loans to entities in the private sector. And I raised fresh hell. And now we're about to do it again. $1 billion. Now and that's all it says, $1 billion to be spent, period. Now, I have been told that the Secretary of Energy and the Secretary of the Interior are going to decide in their unfettered discretion who's going to get this money in the private sector. And they are both two good men. I know that both of those secretaries, I voted for them. They are total ballers. I love them to death. But when I'm in Washington, I live by this adage: trust in God, but tie up your camel. Trust in God, but tie up your camel. This bill will say they can give these gifts and grants to whomever they want, but Congress has to approve them. Now, about, an hour ago, I got a call from one of my supporters, Mr. President. And you know what he said to me? He said, Kennedy, for your own good, you need to pull down this amendment. You have to pull down this amendment. Kennedy, for your own good, you have to pull down this amendment. And you know what I told him, Mr. President? I said, Scooter, there are only two things I have to do in this world: be cool and die. And I'm not pulling down this amendment. It wasn't right when it was done in the prior administration. It's not right now that we're in charge. This is Congress's job, and by God, we ought to do it, and I reserve my time.
The senator from Vermont.
All right. I support the Kennedy Amendment, but not for the reasons my friend from Louisiana does. I think that there should be some flexibility and there should be some governmental policy that helps our industry. And I do agree that the president should have some power. What I do not believe is that the Congress should be powerless. And that's what we have become, ceding our Article I authority to a chief executive, and I don't care whether it's a Republican or Democrat. The most important branch is the Article I branch because we are the closest to the people. And how is it that we have in this bill $1 billion that goes to an executive to be spent in ways we have no input as to how it will be spent? We have no accountability. We have no way to tell the people we represent how this money is being spent and why. Mr. President, I believe that the biggest threat we have to this democracy is the failure of this Congress to assert its authority and accept its responsibility to make the decisions that the Constitution says is our obligation to do, and that starts with the power of the purse. I support the man from Louisiana in his amendment. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, how much time do I have? Mr. President, I understand my esteemed colleague and I disagree.
Okay. The senator from Louisiana has 30 seconds, and the senator from South Carolina has 4 minutes.
Thank you, Scooter. I'm Mr. President. Mr. President, I appreciate my colleagues' support. I don't mean any disrespect to anybody. But this town operates on two wrongs, don't make it right, but they do make it even. It's time that Congress have a say in how the money's being spent. And this doesn't say the money can't be spent. It just says Congress gets to approve it.
Mr. President, I really like my good friend from the great state of Louisiana. And Scooter's cousin Bubba called me recently. And I got to tell you that there's no doubt in my mind that the importance of the Defense Production Act is undeniable. And specificity is a necessary component for us to have our oversight. And that is why this administration, unlike the last administration, has committed to making sure that we understand how the resources in the DPA will be spent. We have that commitment on a quarterly basis to receive the necessary information so that we understand with great clarity and transparency how the dollars within the DPA will be spent. But here's what we also know, that we remain reliant on China for critical minerals. Here's what we know, that the United States of America, the city on the hill, remains dependent on foreign powers for our necessary resources. We are not self-reliant in areas that matter the most to the American people and, frankly, to America's future. Now, you can think of this as just hyperbole, but the fact of the matter is clear when you look back to recent issues like COVID and PPE. We were begging China to help the American people, Mr. President. We were begging China for medicine, masks. We cannot allow this great nation to be dependent on other nations. We must become more self-reliant. And in the spirit of self-reliance, this administration, whom I will say, I trust President Trump. I trust his word to produce the results we need for this nation, to make sure that we are self-reliant, and I trust the president to produce the information that will satisfy my good friend, Senator Kennedy. But let me close with this. We need the DPA, and we need the funding at the levels requested. We must make sure we always have the resources to produce for ourselves if there's another COVID. In the same way that we use the DPA to build levees and flood walls after Hurricane Katrina, we need to make sure we have the resources in place for natural emergencies. In the same way that the DPA was used to help protect service members who were deployed overseas from IEDs, we need the DPA. So, Mr. President, I ask my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. The pending amendment does not produce a change in outlays of revenues. I raise a point of order under Section 313B1A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Senator from Louisiana.
Excuse me, Mr. President.
Take your time.
Thank you, sir. Pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive the point of order, reminding the body that I'm not striking the spending, I'm just asking Congress to approve it. And I ask for the ayes and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The court will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cortez Masto, Grassley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Hall, Reed, Schiff, Shaheen, Smith, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Welch. Ms. Hassan, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Banks, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fisher, Hirono, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kim, Langford, Marshall, Moody, Moreno, Ricketts, Rosen, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tuberville, Warren, Whitehouse, Wicker. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Husted, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no.
Okay.
Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand. Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
Hey, it's John with the Edge of Liberty. This is a special programming note from SHR Media. My show will not air this evening. It'll be back Wednesday, July 2nd at 8 p.m. Pacific, where we will talk about a few stories. The debate over the one big, beautiful bill that you've been watching right here on SHR Media continues to drag on. Democrats are still fighting it with endless motions to commit, even though the parliamentarians struck out some of the most important parts of the bill, including the illegal immigrants off of Medicare and SNAP. We'll also follow a story out of Idaho where the two firefighters were murdered in an ambush style attack. There's been more information about the suspect. We'll talk about that. And the Department of Justice unsealed federal charges in a $900 million Medicare fraud takedown. The scheme spanned telemedicine, genetic testing, and DME kickbacks. Over 150 defendants across 32 federal districts are being charged, including medical professionals and executives. They told us this wasn't happening. This is one of the largest healthcare fraud operations in U.S. history. So stay tuned, stay sharp, stay engaged, and we'll see you Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Pacific, right here on SHR Media. Now, back to the Senate.
Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Barrasso. No. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 42, the nays are 58. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls. Order in the gallery.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maryland.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The Senator from Maryland, Ms. Alsobrooks, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
I want to know if my colleagues on the other side of the aisle believe that there are some Americans so wealthy that perhaps they don't need a tax break at the expense of health care and food for our most vulnerable constituents. So I'll kick off this dialogue by raising a common sense idea. We can save health care for millions of Americans if we strip out tax giveaways for individuals making more than $10 million. Yes or no? President Trump claims to fight for the working class, yet we have before us a bill that gives tax breaks to the top 1% that will be paid in cuts to Medicaid, SNAP, and more, programs that serve hard-working Americans. So I ask, do you want community hospitals or another giant mansion for a billionaire? Should we save health care and nutrition assistance for millions of Americans by stopping giant tax giveaways at $10 million? If my colleagues on the other side want to put their money where their mouth is, then they'll say yes. I yield.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Kennedy talked about Scooter and Senator Scott talked about Bubba. I want to talk about Jelly Roll. Turns out in a committee hearing with Jelly Roll, the country music rock singer, he grew up in Antioch, Tennessee. And I said, do you remember Countryside Village? He said, well, they call it Countryside Meadow. I said, I used to live there. He said, I did too. It's a trailer park that's still standing on Richards Road in Nashville, Tennessee. Back in the late 70s and early 80s, I was living in that trailer park, and I was living with a family on the economic bubble. And I remember back then when President Reagan came in and he offered tax cuts, that everybody characterized those tax cuts as cuts for the rich. But let me tell you all, when we saw those tax cuts implemented, Tom Tillis and Jelly Roll ended up finding opportunities beyond our wildest imagination. So it turns out that those so-called tax cuts for the rich back then lifted me out of that situation into a high-tech career and now standing here before you in the U.S. Senate. This and several other amendments are amendments that are standing in the way of other people getting lifted out of that same trailer park. So ladies and gentlemen, on our side of the aisle and those over there, I hope you will join us. Shout loudly no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
Noes appear to have it. Noes do have it. Motion is not agreed to. Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The Senator from Arizona, Mr. Kelly, moves to commit the bill, H.R. 1, to the Committee on Finance with instructions.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I don't think we're looking to take any money out of Jelly Roll's pocket here. But giving a tax break to the richest people and most profitable corporations is a choice. And paying for it by kicking 17 million Americans off their health insurance is a choice. None of this is set in stone. Every one of us gets a vote here, a choice. We can help parents be able to take their kids to the doctor. We can keep seniors in their nursing homes. Or some rich guy, not Jelly Roll, can get another private jet. We can save health care for millions of Americans if we strip out tax giveaways for individuals making more than $100 million a year. Yes or no?
Senator, North Carolina.
The reality is, let's fast forward now to 2017. I was in this chamber when we passed TCJA. And after we passed this, again, everybody was arguing this was all tax policy for the rich. But we unleashed an American economy that we have not seen in our history. In fact, it was better than the tax cuts of the Reagan era. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to get every bit of what we did in 2017 back on the books because people are not understanding the pro-growth nature of this tax policy. I hope my colleagues will vote loudly yes once again. No? No, once again.
Meeting.
Senator's time's expired. Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. No! Noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Clerk will report. Motion is not agreed to. Clerk will report. No? Clerk will not report. Senator from Connecticut.
President, I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Connecticut, Mr. Murphy, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report back the same to the Senate in 3 days, not counting.
I'd ask that the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, at the foundation of this bill is something very simple, the most massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich in the history of the country. That's essentially what we're talking about here. Now, that's really bad policy, but just as importantly, it is also deeply, deeply immoral. This bill is going to ruin people's lives. There are going to be moms who are going to watch their kids go hungry because of the cuts in SNAP. People are going to die when 17 million people lose their health care. And for what? To give an average $250,000 tax cut to the wealthiest families in America. We have tried to convince our colleagues to throw less people off their health care or to make the nutritional cuts a little bit easier to stomach, but they won't do it. So now we're just trying to address the other side of the immorality. This amendment would just say no tax cuts for people making over $500 million a year. If you are going to ruin people's lives by kicking them off their health care or cutting their food stamps, don't make the moral injury even worse by padding the pockets of the richest people in the country. Tax cuts for people making over $500 million a year while you throw 17 million people off their health care, yes or no?
Senator from North Carolina.
Mr. President, I'm guessing, well, they're probably focused a little bit less on me because I made an announcement this weekend, but you can already tell that this narrative is about how we're all about the wealthy. And I've already stipulated I have concerns with the Medicaid bill. You all know where I am on that. But we're talking about the tax bill. And there is nothing in this tax bill that I think falls short of extraordinary opportunity for economic growth that lifts up the very people that I grew up with. And for that reason, once again, I hope you will vote loudly no.
Question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maine.
I want to respond. We can solve this problem and solve the problem of people in trailer parks by limiting the tax cuts to people making $400,000 a year and less. That would cut the cost of this bill by 60%. It would also obviate the necessity of kicking 17 million people off of health care and thousands of young people and people across the country from SNAP. You can do this and give tax relief to the middle class without the unnecessary tax relief in this bill that goes to the richest people in our country. So my amendment is really simple. If you think people making $1 billion a year need and deserve a tax break, and also if you want to give a really good ad to these guys in November of 2026, vote no on the amendment and say that billionaires, not billionaires, people earning $1 billion need and deserve a tax break. I urge a yes vote.
Mr. President.
Does the senator wish to call up his motion?
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk report.
The senator from Maine, Mr. King, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the
I ask that
committee.
further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Mr. President, in truth, you could see this sort of upping of the ante. These are the gimmicks that we play when we want to get a show vote, especially with somebody who may be running for reelection. We know that this isn't going to materially change things. Now, my friend from Maine knows where I am on health care, and I hope that we get things fixed. But this exercise, by virtue of it being a voice vote, tells you all you need to know about this process. And for that reason, I would suggest just one more loud no vote.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from California.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from California, Mr. Padilla, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I know that you take great pleasure in criticizing the federal deficit under Democratic administrations. But the numbers don't lie. The biggest driver of the ballooning national debt has been Republican tax cuts for the wealthy and large corporations. And despite the parliamentary gymnastics that are being played here, our Republican colleagues know that this bill is adding an additional $3.5 trillion to the deficit over the next 10 years. Why else would they have included a piece of the bill to raise the debt limit by $5 trillion if this bill saved money as they claim? So if Republicans really do want to balance the budget or reduce the deficit, let's start by guaranteeing that this measure is at least deficit neutral. That's exactly what this amendment would do. I ask for your aye vote and reserve my time.
Senator from South Carolina.
Yes, CBO tells us if we adopt current policy for taxes, we will save $507 billion. The deficit will go down by $507 billion if we do this. In 2012, I was here. The Bush tax cuts were going to expire in December of 2012. President Obama sat down with Republicans, and they came up with a way to extend those tax cuts by not passing a new law. They called it the alternative fiscal scenario that CBO said is basically current policy. So alternative fiscal scenario in Latin means current policy. So we're doing what they did then. We're just doing it without any help from y'all because y'all will never do anything to make sure taxes go down. So we're going to make sure they go down forever. Current policy is good tax policy. Stick with the bill we wrote. You're going to be happy to reduce the deficit and make sure people's taxes don't go up tomorrow, the next day, forever. Good policy. Current policy is good tax policy.
How much time
I'm
do
done.
I have left?
Senator's time has expired. Questions on the motion? Sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blood Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnston, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Durbin, Heinrich, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Marino, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Sheehy, Tillis, Tupperville, and Young. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Colorado, Mr. Bennett, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report the same back to the...
I ask the further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. The legislation we're debating today would modestly increase the size of the child tax credit while leaving out more than 17 million children from the full credit. America's poorest children, whose families are struggling to make ends meet, receive nothing from this bill. Everywhere I go in Colorado, I meet parents who are working hard, often 2 and 3 jobs, just to keep their families' heads above water. Like Americans all across this country, Mr. President, they are wrestling with the legacy of 50 years of trickle-down economics that have benefited the wealthiest Americans while leaving working and middle-class families behind, which this bill does again. Today, the United States boasts one of the highest childhood poverty rates in the industrialized world. This is a moral disgrace. but we know how to end childhood poverty in this country. In 2021, we expanded the child tax credit and our childhood poverty. We cut it nearly in half and hunger by a quarter.
Senator's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. President. We should refuse to pass a bill that adds millions to our debt in order to cut taxes for the wealthiest while doing nothing for our kids. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, the Democrats contend that they want to increase and expand the child tax credit and ensure that big corporations and ultra-wealthy pay their fair share. Despite the rhetoric behind these claims, I remind my colleagues that Republicans created the child tax credit, expanded its availability, and doubled the amount of the credit in the TCJA, which we are working on tonight. This bill not only makes that doubled child tax credit permanent, but also increases it, providing significant relief for families. In addition, as a result of the TCJA cutting taxes for overwhelmingly the majority of Americans, with the middle class receiving the largest proportional benefit of these cuts, Republicans made the tax code more progressive, not less. The legislation before us makes those tax provisions permanent. Americans deserve more than empty platitudes. They deserve meaningful tax relief and real results.
The question is on the motion.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Thank you. Mr. Banks. McCormick. Britt. Curtis. I got you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I got you. Ricketts. Thank you. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Okay, thank you. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Thank you. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Thank you. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Thank you. Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, thank you. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Cantwell, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Kelly, Kim, King, Merkley, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Alsterbrooks, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Young, no. I just didn't know if it, yes. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. No. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. The nays are 53, and the motion is not agreed to.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53, and the motion is not agreed to. Senator from Maine.
Mr. President, may I have order, please?
We have order in the chamber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I call up amendment number 2812 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Maine, Ms. Collins, President, an amendment number 2812 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, my amendment would increase funding for the Rural Healthcare Provider Fund to $50 billion and expand the list of eligible providers to include not only rural hospitals, but also community health centers, nursing homes, ambulance services, skilled nursing facilities, and others. Rural providers, especially our rural hospitals and nursing homes, are under great financial strain right now, with many having recently closed and others being at risk of closing. Mr. President, when these facilities close their doors, the people they serve are often left behind without access to health care. This amendment would help keep them open and caring for those who live in these rural communities. The additional funding is fully offset through a modest increase in the top marginal tax rate, equal to the pre-2017 rate for individuals with income above $25 million and married couples with income above $50 million. I urge support for this amendment to provide the additional funding for rural and Medicaid providers who desperately need it.
President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President and colleagues, here is how flawed this plan is. The danger Senate Republicans are causing for rural hospitals is so great, Republicans have had to create a rural hospital relief fund so they can look like they are fixing the problem they are causing. It is a Band-Aid on an amputation. It provides just a tiny fraction of the nearly $1 trillion in cuts the bill makes to Medicaid. It would be much more logical to simply not cut $1 trillion from Medicaid in the first place. This amendment doubles down on that flawed plan that's going to set rural hospitals adrift. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back. Mr. President, I make a point of order that the pending measure violates Section 302F of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
Senator from Maine.
President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cassidy, Collins, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Kennedy, King, and Sullivan. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Bozeman, Budd, Cantwell, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Gillibrand, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kim, Lankford, Lujan, Lummis, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Paul, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Van Hollen, Warren, Welch, and Wyden. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego, no. Moran, Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith,
Aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Rounds, no.
Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Marino. Mr. Marino, aye.
you ready to go? On this vote, the yeas are 22, the nays are 78. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment fails.
Mr. President, I call up amendment number 2775 on behalf of Senator Kennedy and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 2775 for Mr. Kennedy to amendment number 2360.
Use all your time.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Mr. President, as you know, as we all know, many of our teachers in America come out of pocket to pay for school supplies. In 2002, 23 years ago, we allowed teachers to deduct $250 when they come out of pocket. My amendment would raise that deduction from $250 to $600. Teachers right now spend an average of $650 out of their own pockets, so we would allow them to deduct that instead of the amount we set in 2002. And I ask favorable consideration, Mr. President, of my amendment. This will just let teachers break even for coming out of pocket.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
I wouldn't have much dispute of subsidizing the out-of-pocket expenses of our public school teachers. When I was a child, my dad, the mechanic, said, "Son, because we're so fortunate to live in America, if you go through the doors of that public school and you study hard, you can do just about anything." So I'm certainly a lifetime fan of public education. But in addition to expanding this for public school teachers, it has a new policy of expanding it to homeschool teachers. Well, that's quite a new policy to put into a reconciliation bill that really should be in the Education Committee and debated and bring people to bear. I'm not immediately struck that that's a great idea, but certainly as a new policy, it should go through committee. And for that reason, I think I'll do a point of order on this particular amendment. Mr. President, I raise a point of order that the amendment violates Section 4106 of the fiscal year 2018 budget resolution, House Con Res 71 of the 150th Congress, known as the Senate Pay-As-You-Go point of order.
Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Do I have any time left, Mr. President?
No.
Mr. President, pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, and on behalf of all of the teachers in America, and the waiver provisions of applicable budget resolutions, I move, on behalf of all of teachers in America, to waive all applicable sections of that act and applicable budget resolutions for purposes of the pending amendment. And once again, on behalf of our teachers, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Oh, good.
Mr. Booker.
Boom.
Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons.
He was there. The meeting was short. I couldn't think of anything to ask him after. I put my head in it.
Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Hall, Ricketts, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warren, Welch, Wyden. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Lummis, Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mrs. Brett, Mrs. Brett. Aye. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt. Aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, aye. motion to commit. You're good.
On this vote, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 46. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls.
I mean, this process is just a total. Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the following senators to be recognized to offer amendments, motions, or points of order. That the amendments be reported by number with no amendments in order prior to a vote in relation to the amendments or motions. Wyden, motion to commit. Hirono, number 2382. Warnock, motion to commit. Lee, number 2745. Kim, number 2817. Ernst, number 2372. Sanders, number 2435, with 60 affirmative votes required.
Is there objection? Without objection.
And Mr. President, I would suggest to my colleagues that we get this vote started, and that when we get it, we're going to start voting in our seats, and we're going to start doing 10-minute votes.
Senator from Oregon.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Wyden, moves to commit the bill H.R. 1 to the Committee on Finance of the Senate with instructions to report the same back to the Senate in 3 days.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President and colleagues, Republicans started out planning to repeal the tax credits that finance Democrats wrote for wind and solar energy. Then it got a whole lot worse. The Republican plan actually taxes clean energy. Taxes raise energy bills. The Republican plan will raise your energy bills. If this passes, it is a death sentence for the wind and solar industries and hundreds of thousands of American jobs. It's a surrender to China on clean energy manufacturing. Leader Schumer and my colleagues on our side all support this effort. If you're for all of the above energy, something I've heard my Republican colleagues say, you'll support my motion to commit the bill back to the Finance Committee to strike the cuts to clean energy.
From Utah.
Mr. President, I'd love and respect my friend and colleague from Oregon, but I disagree with every word he just uttered, including but, and the. Look, the Energy and Natural Resources title of this bill is one of the most consequential pieces of energy legislation we've had in decades. It increases production on federal lands, and it eliminates wasteful spending at both Interior and Energy departments that have prioritized intermittent, non-reliable, non-baseload sources of power, ultimately driving up the cost of living and the cost of power. We can and do reduce energy prices by increasing development of our vast energy natural resources. I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. No. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Got you, sir. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Gotcha. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher.
Look at that. You never see
Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, got you, son. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Smith, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mr. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Wyden. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Senators voting the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Hawley, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Moreno, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Ms. Collins? No. Ms. Murkowski? No.
On this vote, the ayes are 47, the nays are 53. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 2382 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Hawaii, Ms. Hirono, proposes for herself and others amendment number 2382 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, nearly 90% of K-12 students attend public schools, yet Republicans are pushing a plan in this bill to undermine support for public schools through the first ever nationwide private school voucher program. Republicans claim vouchers are about expanding school choice, but evidence shows these kinds of programs do little to meaningfully increase choice for families, especially low-income families and those who live in rural communities. When it comes down to it, this plan does not help students, it does not promote choice, it does not support public schools. We should be investing in public education for all Americans, not diverting tax dollars to private schools. That's why my amendment with Senator Van Hollen would strip this provision from this bill. Stand up for our nation's students, teachers, and families by rejecting this provision and supporting our amendment. I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Texas.
There are many important elements to the One Big Beautiful Bill, but none over time is likely to have as big an impact as this specific provision that the Democrats are trying to strike tonight. Across America, millions of children, especially low-income African American and Hispanic children, are trapped in failing schools. They face crime and violence and despair. Without the ability to learn and prosper, they are denied a fair shot at the American dream. School choice is the civil rights issue of the 21st century. Every child, regardless of race or wealth or ethnicity, deserves access to an excellent education. This tax credit provision will unleash billions of dollars every single year for scholarships for kids to attend the K-12 school of their choice. Sadly, every Democrat in this body will oppose these scholarships because they're more beholden to teacher union bosses than they are dedicated to fighting for kids. Mr. President, Dr. King's dream will take a major step forward tonight, as every kid in America will have a chance at an excellent education.
Mr. President.
Questions on the amendment?
Do I have any time left?
There's no time remaining. Questions on the amendment? It's a voice vote. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines,
No.
Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lemus, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Moran, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. The motion is not agreed to. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Georgia.
I have a motion to commit at the desk.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Georgia.
I ask that further reading of the motion be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise to protect pro-business, pro-worker tax credits that are creating hundreds of thousands of American clean energy manufacturing jobs, many of which don't require a college degree. Put simply, these tax credits are working. I know firsthand because they're working right now in Georgia businesses, in these businesses in which we've invested $1, we've seen investments as much as $4.50. They've helped create 42,000 new manufacturing and construction jobs, many in rural parts of our state that are too often left behind by Washington politicians. Those 42,000 Georgia jobs and hundreds of thousands of jobs nationwide are at risk if Republicans have their way and roll back these tax credits. And that's why North America's building trade unions, Mr. President, I ask for order.
Senator's time's expired.
Really? Mr. President?
It's been 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Those 42,000 Georgia jobs and hundreds of thousands of jobs nationwide are at risk. That's why North America's building trade unions call this bill the biggest job-killing bill in the history of this country. I urge my colleagues to vote with America's workers and vote yes on my motion to commit.
Senator from Utah.
Energy manufacturing jobs survive and thrive when there's less federal intrusion, not more. My friend and colleague from Georgia wants more. The American people want less. The American people understand that with the federal government out of the way, by cutting red tape, innovation thrives and the American people do better. I urge all within the sound of my voice to oppose this motion.
Mr. President, how much time do I have left?
There's
For
no more
every
time
$1
remaining.
we've invested,
There's
we've
no more
received
time remaining.
$4.50.
There is no more time remaining.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, thank you, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, just one moment, please. Thank you. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, thank you, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, thank you. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, thank you, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, okay. Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Haggerty, no.
Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. McConnell, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 51, and the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Call up my amendment, Lee Amendment number 2745.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Utah, Mr. Lee, proposes amendment number 2745 to amendment number 2360.
Consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection.
Mr. President, this amendment completes the task performed by the House of Representatives on these subsidies. Now remember, the Green New Scam was adopted in 2022 without a single Republican vote. Not one Republican in the House, not one Republican in the Senate voted for the Green New Scam subsidies. This language would complete the circle of repeal on these subsidies by echoing exactly what the House of Representatives did. We can save more money for the American taxpayer if we adopt this. Not one Republican voted for it. Not one Republican should oppose this. I implore all within the sound of my voice to adopt this amendment, save the American people money, and allow for the American energy revolution to begin.
What do you want to do, Chuck? Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
I'm going to speak very briefly, and then I think my colleagues would like a voice vote. I rise in opposition to the Lee Amendment. The Lee Amendment repeals important technology-neutral electricity credits. Tech-neutral allows all energy sources to compete on a level playing field. Wind and solar are an essential part of American energy. These sources keep prices from skyrocketing as demand soars and keep the AC on during historic heat waves. U.S. manufacturing in wind and solar rely on the deployment of these technologies. Reversing course on 21st century energy sources wipes out American jobs. I urge a no vote when we vote on a voice vote.
I call for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lemus.
So this choice this terminates. Yeah, it does. Pretty abrupt.
Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Crapo, Cruz, Haggerty, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marino, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Bozeman, Cantwell, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Curtis, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Gillibrand, Grassley, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Justice, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Marshall, McCormick, Merkley, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Ricketts, Rosen, Rounds, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Sullivan, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden, and Young. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, or Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Paul, aye.